Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Blasey, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Balscadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
I ask you again to join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, you've called us to the service of bringing your purposes to pass. The laws that come together here are to be a reflection of your heart. But we do need your help because your word says in Leviticus 17, verse 9, that the human heart is the most deceitful of all things and desperately wicked. The problem then for us is to bring our deceitful, corrupt hearts that don't think they're all that bad in line with your perfect purposes. Lord, we need you to do for us what you did for your people in Ezekiel chapter 36, verse 26. You said, I will give you a new heart and a new mind. I will take away your stubborn heart of stone and give you an obedient heart. Lord, that's what we need. But for our hearts to reflect your heart, we'll need you to be and continue to be our heart doctor for today and all the activities of today, and then for the rest of our days. Thanks, Lord, for hearing our prayers. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note references of bills on page 1 of the calendar. Conference committee reports. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson on Senate sub for House Bill 2058.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the committee report on Senate sub for House Bill 2058.
Please explain.
And I will explain. Basically, this is the, we return to the original gaming compact, which originally was Senate Bill 322. It was put into House Bill 2058, but basically all this does now is just allows the governor to continue the ongoing negotiations with the Kansas tribes on the Kansas Gaming Compact. We removed the provisions with regard to the historical horse races and the Kansas Indoor Clean Air Act. All those were both important pieces of legislation. We felt strongly coming out of conference committee that it was important to leave this bill clean. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Frasquito.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the ranking member, I support what we came up with. Thank you.
Any further questions or comment? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll return to the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, for Senate Sub for House Bill 2170.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the committee report on Senate Sub for House Bill 2170, and I will explain. Basically, this is the Donor Intent Act, which we originally heard and passed in this chamber. There were just a few amendments to this bill that came out of conference. Both sides were somewhat far apart when it came out of committee. They negotiated and came to an agreement to help all parties concerned that might be concerned about the intent of donor and protect the charitable organizations. Coming out of committee, there were several changes made, mostly legal tweaks to ensure that both sides were protected. We inserted a 40-year statute of limitations, for example, so that an executor of an estate would have that 40-year time period in case the original intent of the donor had been changed by the charitable organization or the endowment fund, but it wasn't in perpetuity. So a number of just legal tweaks to that original bill that both sides agreed on, the universities and the carrier of the bill. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll now go to the Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, on House Bill 2196.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2196, and I'll explain. 2196 is a combination of two bills. The first is the DROP program that expanded to police and fire the ability to enter the DROP program, which is an agreement between the employer and the employee on retirement. It allows them to stay an additional 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. In this bill, the conference committee did move the sunset out from January 1 of 2025 to January 1 of 2031. The second provision of the bill is House Bill 2198, which the House passed 118-3. Senate FI&I committee did pass it out of our committee, but it remained below the line. 2198 would move the certified law enforcement officers with wildlife and parks from CAPERS to KP&F. We had testimony in committee from the secretary that this would certainly help with retention and also recruitment. There's 163 authorized positions. They are currently down 26 of those positions and are concerned about their ability to retain additional officers. In conference, the Senate offered a position that would require wildlife and parks to pay the unfunded actuarial liability that would be left in CAPERS, which was about $2.73 million. We authorized them to amortize that over 20 years, but also had the ability to pay off early if needed or if funds were available. With that, Mr. President, I'll answer questions.
Questions for the Senator from Lyons. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to rise in strong support of this for our local firefighters. The DROP program is a workforce development tool. That's going to be great. I do encourage us in a few years to look at removing that sunset altogether as long as this program continues to work out for us, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also support the firemen and their DROP program, but the other part of this bill I do not support. First off, I do appreciate wildlife and parks. I appreciate all the folks that work there, and I appreciate their pushing to try to continue to get in there. This has been going on for many, many years, probably even before you got here, and you're one of the senior people here. So it's something that's been going on for a long time. So I don't begrudge him for asking, because if you don't ask, you never get. But I do understand, you know, that the Highway Patrol are trained in a certain way, and the wildlife and parks folks go through that training. I don't dispute that. I know they do that. And they have a choice. You know, if they really want to be law enforcement, we got a lot of openings at the Highway Patrol. They could go over there. And I'm not sure that adding them to this is going to make any difference, because we have a lot of openings at the Highway Patrol, and they already have the KP&F. So adding these folks, I don't know it's going to make a lot of difference in the 20 some openings that they have. But one of the problems I have with moving these folks to KP&F, it's strictly numbers. I mean, this is the problem. You know, we've been working on capers for a long time. I started to get involved with capers in 2011. When I got here, Governor Brownback said, we got to fix this. We're on the verge of bankruptcy. We were funded about 54%. You know, if we'd have followed the Teamsters and just paid whatever percentage you had in there, that meant if someone thought they were going to get $1,000, they'd have got $540. So we began to work on this. And we've worked on this hard. And the good senator from Lyon was one that was right in there in the middle of it. And he probably was working on it long before I got here, trying to fix capers. And prior to that, you know, we made a couple of changes. And one of the changes we made was Tier 3. I think we started on that in that 2011-12, and I think it was around 2015. I didn't have time to go to my office and try to go through my file, so I just, when I found out we were doing this morning, I just sat here and tried to, some of these numbers are approximate. But the last 3 years, in particular, we have really worked to get capers solvent. Last year we added $1 billion. The year before, $500 million. The year before, $1 billion. $2.5 billion in the last couple years. Last year we got to 80%. That was our goal last year, was to get to 80%. Only to have the Capers Board decide to adjust the assumed rate of return. Our assumed rate was 7.75%. And they decided they would move to 7, closer to a lot of other retirement programs across the country. And our unfunded liability now, when they moved that to 7%, approximately $9.8 billion. Where would we be if we hadn't added that money the last 2 years? That wasn't the worst part. I looked at the rates of return for the last 25 years. Our rate of return was almost 8%. And when I looked at 30 years, it was 8.5%. The Senate President and I sent him a letter, asked him to at least look at it and come back and say, here's why we think we need to do this. Don't know that we ever received a letter back on that, but that's just part of the story. In addition to lowering that rate, they decided they were going to spread it out another 7 years. So folks, let me explain it this way. If you had a 30-year mortgage on your home and you got down to 5 years and you said, I'm tired of making that $1,000 payment, so I'm going to go to the bank and I'm going to see if they'll make that $800 a month. Banker says, sure, we'll do that. Just add 7 more years on. How many of you would do that? I don't think very many. Doesn't make much sense. Another problem is moving folks from Tier 3 to KP&F, you know, that's why we come up with Tier 3, because we get into these unsustainable costs. I think that's a problem. This will allow them to retire earlier, so that's why I said earlier, I don't begrudge them asking. I mean, if you could retire at 50, approximately, versus 65, why not? Get a little better retirement too, a little better return. And yes, they have agreed to pay the $2.73 million. They've collected plenty of fees. They've got plenty of money. They can do that. But don't be surprised when you show up at the campground and the fees have gone up for your camping. Or you go to register a boat and find out, oh my, costs a lot to register a boat. Or maybe it's a project that you'd like to see happen. Maybe it's some additional camping spaces or a new little campground at one of your favorite lakes. Maybe they won't have money now to do that. It all comes down to the finances. I got a couple of questions, if that would be okay, Mr. President. The good senator from Lyons, if he would answer this, is this retroactive to current employees?
Senator from Lyon.
Yes, it is. It would bring the 163 authorized law enforcement positions that are currently at KP&F, or I mean at Wildlife and Parks, into KP&F.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there any problems when we do this with Social Security? And I'm not sure. Like I said, I never had time to go to my office, but I'm trying to remember through the years here.
Senator from Lyon.
Quite honestly, I don't know. There's none that I was aware of. There was no testimony provided that act like it would interfere with Social Security.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to let folks know, you know, this has been going on a long, long time, and we're going to carve out for just one special group. And I'm not saying they're not worthy, but, you know, we have a lot of openings at our correctional facilities. Some of these guys are working 16-hour shifts all the time. I think if we were going to add anyone, that's who we should be adding. It's not right to ask these folks to have to work 16 hours a day. And if this is the silver bullet, by golly, maybe that's where we ought to be going with this. I've talked enough, and I want to make sure we get this day done. But and you know, I'm going to remember to be an obedient heart. So, thank you.
Senator from Lyons. Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the good senator from Sherman, and he's right. There's probably nobody that's done more for Capers than he has. You know, it was his thoughts and his ideas on the selling the bonds, putting $1 billion into Capers, $500 million. I am as frustrated as he is that we worked our hind end off to get to 80%, and because of a decision of the Capers board to move the expected rate of return to 7, our funded liability, our actuarial funded percentage dropped to low 70s, and that's frustrating. I do think that a 7% lower or a 7% return will benefit us over the long term, over a 30-year period, but it is frustrating as hard as we've worked, and nobody has worked harder on that than the senator from Sherman. I disagree with him on the importance of the KP&F piece. Wildlife and park officers are certified law enforcement officers. They go through the same training, have the same certifications as Highway Patrol, KBI, your local sheriff's deputies, your local police officers. KPNF officer or wildlife and parks officers are on patrol and oftentimes are the first responder when a 911 call comes in. That could be a domestic disturbance, it could be a traffic accident, it could be anything. That is not their main function, but when those situations hit 911, the closest person is dispatched, and oftentimes that is a wildlife and parks officer. They also deal with hunting and fishing. So they are up and down riverbanks, they're up and, in and out of fields. Oftentimes they're working with citizens who are armed. That's what part of hunting is about. Unfortunately, in today's society, oftentimes those that they're dealing with on the riverbanks are either under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So they are in difficult situations. If they come across a fisherman or a hunter and they run outstanding warrants and there's an outstanding warrant, then that wildlife and parks officer has got to arrest that person. So they are more than game wardens or park rangers. We are having a retention problem in wildlife and parks, and the ability to recruit. If a certified law enforcement officer can make similar money or more money at a local sheriff's officer or the highway patrol and get better retirement benefits, then they're probably going to take that. So I think we need to maintain. The other point that I want to make is I agree with the senator from Sherman about corrections, and part of our problem in getting this across the line over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years is corrections was always included in it. Well, there's a big difference in the funding of that. This is going to be funded with fee funds, and corrections comes out of SGF. The last time I looked, the cost on putting corrections into KPNF is about $20 million SGF. So that's a big difference. Certainly wildlife and parks could raise their fees, but we also need to remember that the legislature controls their expense side of their budget. And so we will control that. So I urge the body to pass this CCR. The DROP program is extremely important to our local police and firefighters, and I think it's come time to put wildlife and parks into KPNF.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say I support this. These 166 officers deserve to be under it and support this DROP program. They're out there in some of these counties. They might be the only backup or only law enforcement at night that we have. And it's a very dangerous situation. I agree with everything what the senator from Lyons just said. So I think they deserve to be there, these 166 agents. And we've got more to do the right thing, but in my mind, this is the right thing for this 160. It's a dangerous job that they're doing, and they can get hurt, die, a lot of things. And so I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the carrier of the bill explain which officer types, we've heard some today, for example, corrections are not part of KPNF, and then who is? So could the carrier of the bill explain what officer type positions are currently under KPNF and which ones currently are not?
Senator from Lyon.
The big difference, KPNF for law enforcement officers requires that they are certified law enforcement officers, which means they've gone through the training and they are licensed to be a law enforcement officer by the state. Most of our most of our correction officers are not certified law enforcement officers.
Senator from Shawnee, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, follow up. So is there any other, for example, downstairs, like the officers that we have for the state capitol, what category do they fall under?
Senator from Lyon.
Sorry about that. Our Capitol Police are a division of the Highway Patrol, so they are certified law enforcement officers who are in KPNF.
Senator Johnny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, is there any other officer types out there that aren't currently in the system?
Senator Lyon.
I think there may be, but I can't come off the top of my head with who they may be. It may be, you know, someone who works in the Attorney General's office that is a certified law enforcement officer, or someone who works, you know, is assigned to an agency. But if they're a member of the Highway Patrol and assigned to an agency, they would be in KPNF. If they're the certified law enforcement officer that has arresting powers at the AG's office, they may not be. That's the only circumstance other than these wildlife and parks officers that I can think of.
Seeing no further questions, we will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. The Conference Committee reports on Senate Sub for House Bill 2058, Senate Substitute for House Bill 2170, and House Bill 2196. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Substitute for House Bill number 2058, an act concerning gaming. Senate Substitute for House Bill number 2170, an act concerning philanthropic gifts. House Bill number 2196, an act concerning retirement and pensions.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Stefan. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? We're going to be waiting a little bit on our health conferees that should be on their way up. So I will take explanation. Any changes? We'll just be at ease for a minute while they come up.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
thank you, Mr. President. While we're waiting, could we please have a preliminary on 2058? Sorry, 2058.
2058 is currently at 23 in favor, 13 opposed.
Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Thank you. Are there further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Twenty-six having voted in favor and 13 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2058, 37 in favor and 3 opposed to 2170, 32 in favor and 6 opposed to 2196. These measures having reached the constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. This time I'm appointing the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to replace the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to replace the senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse, the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, to replace the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson, as conferees on House Bill 2019. Are there announcements? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner. Any further announcements? Any? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Tax Conference Committee was to meet at 10:30. We were delayed for final action. We'll continue the meeting now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus at 11 a.m. in room 548, and I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 11 a.m. in room 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess to 11:30 a.m.
For the motion, those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's recessed.
Senate Ways and Means Conference Committee will meet at 11:15 in 112 North. Okay. The room will be named later. We're not sure which room number. The Senate Ways and Means Conference Committee will meet at 11:30 in room 112 North.
Education Conference Committee is going to meet, we hope, at 11 o'clock. It may be a little bit late while we wait for our public health people to get there. Thank you.
Senate will come to order. On an agree to disagree, Chair recognizes the Minority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2138 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. As second conferees on part of the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 189. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2042 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2027 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2172 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2173 and requests return of the bill. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2015. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2065. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2090. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2093. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2130. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2131. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2216. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on HB 2094 and has appointed Representatives Harkamp, Howell, and Meyer as second conferees on part of the House. The House announced the appointment of Representatives Waymaster, Hoffman, and Helgerson to replace Representatives Francis, Neely, and Ballard as conferees on House Bill 2019.
Conference Committee reports. Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on Senate Bill 189.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 189.
Please explain.
Senate Bill 189, this body has seen before, and it would amend the law regarding file and information sharing by law enforcement agencies regarding applicants for employment so that our law enforcement agencies can ensure that they have the most accurate information about applicants. It passed this chamber previously 39-0, and when it went over to the House, they passed it 123-0 and simply amended the enactment date so it could get to conference committee. They did adopt the Senate position and reverted it back to enactment upon publication in the statute book. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Now recognize the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on House Bill 2100.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the committee report on HB 2100.
Please explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 2100 is the Kansas Public Investments and Contracts Protection Act. Basically, that requires all those managing money on behalf of CAPERS, making proxy votes on behalf of CAPERS, and or letting state contracts for state agencies to follow their proper fiduciary duties based on sound financial practices and not discriminate against or give preferential treatment to any companies based on their certain criterion. We basically in conference committee reverted to the original Senate language in Senate Bill 291, which passed this floor 29-11. We removed a couple of provisions from the House to clean up that. And we also removed one amendment and came back to the original language of Senate Bill 291. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did I hear the carrier of the Conference Committee report correct that they did not keep the Senate position on investing in China and Russia and foreign adversaries?
Senator from Johnson.
That is correct. The House refused to budge on that situation, and it was a decision that that's a very important piece of legislation because I agree with that 100%. We felt like this bill was important enough. The House refused to accept that portion of the bill, and so we took it out.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think we need to send a strong message back to the House that it is our position. I cannot accept that we continue investing in these countries. We know there are adversaries. Congress, federal government, is looking at removing an application that is developed in China. We know this is an issue. Why would we keep our capers money in these foreign countries? We gave them 18 months to get out. They could have negotiated the timeline, but to say no to this important legislation is not acceptable, Mr. President.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just wanted to echo words from Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. We did express our deep concerns of them taking this out, not keeping it, and so I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Senator from Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not here to advocate whether the amendment should or should not stay in, but I do want the Senate to know what that amendment cost. It was estimated by Capers that it would cost $92.8 million to the fund to comply with that amendment that was taken out.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did I hear the carrier of the report state that this bill had previously passed the Senate with the amendment 29-11?
Senator from Johnson.
That is correct. 29-11, Senate Bill 291.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is very clear that the Senate position on this is that this should very clearly include the foreign adversary amendment, and I support the comments of the Senator from Lynn in we need to send this message to the House. I don't believe that the House body has voted on this amendment since this is a House bill, so I would move to send this back to a conference committee.
There's a motion been made to return to the committee. Yeah, for clarification, the actual motion would be to not adopt the report and that a new committee be appointed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand corrected. I would move to not adopt the conference report and appoint a new conference committee.
And that is debatable. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's clear the House is not going to budge on this. We did express our displeasure. And I guess it really comes down to the fact of whether you want a bill that prevents us from investing in our state retirement funds in environmental, social, and governance type of investments, and whether or not you want our state contracts to do business with companies that also prohibit and restrict and discriminate against that. It's one of these situations where you have to make a decision. Yes, that I agreed 100% with and had voted for the Senate position on 291 with that amendment. I too am very, very concerned about what is happening. I talked recently to a friend of mine who is in Congress. We had a discussion this last weekend, and he sits on a military committee in Congress and talked about some things about the tentacles that China has in this country and in this state. And this is a very, very disturbing concern. And there are a lot of bad foreign actors. The House did not, they debated their version of the ESG bill on the House side, which did not include this foreign adversaries. They did not feel like it was fully vetted, and they would not budge on the position. So the decision of the conference committee was to bring it out clean the way it passed the Senate without the foreign adversaries piece. We expressed our displeasure in that, but we felt like it was important to get this bill out across the floor and then try to deal with the foreign adversaries piece in another bill at a future date. Thank you, Mr. President.
On the substitute motion, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respect the carrier of the report's comments. However, I strongly disagree. This is a timely issue, national security. There's no way, and the other comment was made that it could cost us $92 million to pull it out. These are communist countries. It could cost us the entire investment. They could decide tomorrow that we do not have access to this money. The reality is we need to get our investments out of those countries. I stand in strong support, and I hope the body does too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions for the Senator from Barton? Seeing none, Senator, do you have final comments before we vote? On a substitute motion to send the committee back, so an aye vote would we would reappoint a new conference committee to go back to conference. No vote, we will continue with the underlying report. Everybody clear? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Noes have it. Divisions have been requested. All those in favor of the substitute motion, please stand. Roll call's been requested. I see four hands. Roll call is not in order. Division. Those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. Those opposed, please stand. On a vote of 12 in favor, 21 opposed, motion fails. We're back on the report. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, Senator from Marino, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I would like to pose a question or two to the carrier of this. Let's talk about the intent of the bill. ESG. ESG has targeted specific sectors of our economy. Is that a fair statement?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, yes.
Senator from Marino.
I would put forth that an extension of ESG is also catering to foreign adversaries. Would you disagree or agree with that?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm not sure if he could clarify the question.
Senator from Marino.
I would put forth that as a part of our society has moved forward, fostered this idea of there being unclean sectors of our economy. At the same time, that's dovetailed with being enamored with supporting, promoting, being aligned with some communist nations such as China. Would you agree or disagree?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would agree. I think it's, this started out, well, no, I think with regard to energy companies, with regard to a number of different types of investments, that sort of ideology is definitely being pushed in society.
Senator from Marino.
I would put forth that within the intent of this bill to stop ESG, that includes stopping investing in foreign adversaries. I would put forth that within the intent of this bill, the definition would include foreign adversaries. And I would like for you to agree with that definition if you would be so kind.
Senator from Johnson.
I agree. I think that in this type situation, what we would like to do and what is possible unfortunately, are two different things. And when we're dealing with another body who sees things differently, who may not be as up to speed on these type situations as we are in this chamber, we're unfortunately having to bring people along in an education process. So I don't disagree at all. It's just what can we get done, what makes sense, and what gets us started down the right path at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Reno.
In conclusion, again, we've reviewed the situation, we've reviewed ESG, we've reviewed the ascension of ESG into our society, and we see clearly that it dovetails with this promotion of our foreign adversaries. They're one and the same, and I believe that the intent of this bill in stopping ESG also prevents the investing in foreign adversaries. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a quote from a movie, you guys will probably recognize it. "You have no idea how to defend a nation. All you did today was weaken a country." Well, we weakened our state by not standing strong on the Senate position. It is extremely disappointing. And you can say it cost $92 million. Those dates could have been negotiated and to pull them out. I say for our security of our investments, the 92 would have been worth it. This is, and we don't have time to kick the can down the road. If you're not paying attention, I'm in technology. I've been watching this for years. We have been eroding our security for years and allowing it. And now we're putting investments in foreign adversaries. It makes no sense. We've sold ourselves out. The bottom line. Mr. President, I know that the Senate position was strong for that. I feel like, you know, I used to play chicken when I was a kid, and yes, we played with knives. You tossed them at your feet. And believe me, I usually won. Yeah, you guys weren't surprised. But we lost this game of chicken with the House. They wanted the ESG bill. They wanted it bad enough. We could have sent it back and sent that message. We weren't killing it. We were just sending it back to conference committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to give the body a little more background on the 92.8 number. I found my email. First of all, when that amendment went on, I would have argued it greatly, but I was in the chair, and it's hard to debate from the chair. But currently, Capers Trust Fund is at $24.9 billion. The estimate of direct China or Hong Kong investments is 2.3% of the portfolio, which is $567 million. $528 million is in international public equities, $39 million in private equity. Based on our current divestment strategy to sell that, it would cost $92.8 million. $89 million would be the result from the forced sale of $574 million in private equity partnership interest. Private equity interests are illiquid, are not liquid, and require us to transact at a significant discount to current value. There are 11 securities valued at $4.4 million currently held in the private equity program that will trigger the $574 million sale of private equity interest. So the $92.8 million is a number that is correct. It is actual. Timeline really doesn't have a whole lot to do with it, whether it's negotiated or not. So as we decide whether we want to have a bill in the future to do that, I just want the body to understand that there is a price to pay for that language in future legislation.
Senator from Lynn, you've exhausted your two on the question. Senator from Reno for the second time.
And last, I appreciate those numbers. I disagree with them. Those numbers those are paper numbers. You sell out, you reinvest in somewhere else, and you're back in the game. Those are paper pretend numbers is all they are. And that's the same group that's had our money in BlackRock investing in ESG who lost money for us to the tune of like $1 billion last year. You know, don't misunderstand this. This is the same group of people who lost money last year. They lost money by playing ESG when I made 250% returns investing in non-ESG. So these are number games. They don't hold water. There's nothing to be lost here except our opportunity is to save our country, save a way of life, and do the right thing that we all voted on once before. And this won't go away. This isn't going to go away. Russia's here to stay. China's here to stay. The question is, where are we at? And we're behind at this point in time because we're for sale. We saw what the price of the state was just now. You wonder what a life's worth? I don't know. You wonder what a state's worth? We just heard it. Thank you. Bye.
Further question or comment, Senator Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question would be on the process. So if this report goes down, we can go back to conference, right?
If the report goes down, it remains in conference.
We can keep it in conference and go back and renegotiate. So this is just a part of the process, and a lot of times in the conference committees, they will actually say, we'll run it this way and see what happens. And we've seen that, I've seen that happen a lot of times where something fails and then goes back to conference. So, you know, for the sake of the Senate position, you could actually argue that we ought to vote this down, send it back to conference and see if you couldn't get them to budge. Don't let them bully you. You know, they'll do that. I've seen this body do that too. So it's part of the process, but rather than having the motion to send it back and point, or, you know, whatever, substitute motion, we could just vote this down.
And for clarity, Senator Brown, it would basically, it'd kill the vehicle. The information's conferenceable, but it would have to be reconsidered to survive in conference.
Be put into a different show,
Correct.
right? Okay, but it is doable. We do that all the time. So anyway, just so folks know that just you don't lose this opportunity. If it gets voted down, we can readdress it, but we give our conferees an opportunity to go back and say to the House, sorry, but you're going to have to budge. So, and maybe you get half of it. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the conference committee reports on Senate Bill 189 and House Bill 2100. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill number 189, an act concerning law enforcement. House Bill number 2100, an act concerning insurance.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Klus. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Aye.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Aye.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. No on 2100, aye on the balance.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. No on House Bill 21, aye on the balance.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. No on 2100, aye on Senate Bill 189.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Preliminary count on 2100, please.
18 in favor, 19 opposed. Explanations of vote. Do we have any conference committees out? All right, well, look, explanations, changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the, you seeking recognition, Senator from Sedgwick? Oh. Clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to passage of Senate Bill 189. This measure having reached its constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. 18 in favor and 20 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2100. That measure has failed. On an agree to disagree, Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2010 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Conferees, second conferees on part of the House. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an announcement, and I would like to make a motion to reconsider on Senate Bill 2100. I don't want to lose the vehicle.
I have a motion to reconsider. That is debatable. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, are you on the motion to reconsider or on announcements?
Then if that passes, then we're back on the conference committee report.
So it's technically a bit of a mess, because what you're reconsidering is the final action vote, so it puts it back on the report.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I need a little bit of help here. What I would like to do is send it to conference committee again.
So you'd have to have a passage of the motion to reconsider back on the report, go back to a motion to not adopt the report, and that a new conference committee be appointed.
Okay, we can't make that all in one motion?
Correct.
Okay, so the motion is to reconsider.
I would just
Mr. President,
Senator Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Back to announcements. Are there announcements?
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The Senate Tax Conference Committee will be meeting as soon as possible.
Thank you. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate House Committee will be meeting with Fed and State in room 546S upon recess from both the House and the Senate.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes, Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Ways and Means Conference Committee will try to meet around 12:30.
Any further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus at 1:30 in room 548, and I yield to Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 1:30 in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess till 2 p.m.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's recessed.
Senate Ways and Means Conference Committee will meet at 12:15, room 112.
Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Mr. President, this morning our actions on House Bill 2100 sent a clear message that it is a very important bill and a very important issue to the whole Senate. Therefore, having voted on the prevailing side, I move the Senate reconsider actions on HB 2100.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're now under reconsideration back on 2100. Any further question or comment for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the conference committee report on HB 2100. The clerk will read the title.
House Bill number 2100, an act concerning insurance.
We got to make sure the computer's ready. Hold on. All right, we're doing it by hand. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Passed to aye.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Passed to aye.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Passed to aye.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Preliminary count, please.
We're on paper, so that's going to take a minute. Hold on. Why get your preliminary? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Passed to aye, and I'd like an explanation of vote when appropriate.
I'll get you just here in a second. Any further changes while we're waiting on preliminary? Preliminary is 27 have voted in favor and 12 opposed. Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I support the purpose of the underlying bill, I'm deeply disappointed in this body for not holding stronger and fighting harder. And hopefully our grandfathers who fought for our freedom aren't disappointed in us today. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks on the journal? So ordered. Further explanation? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Twenty-seven having voted in favor and 12 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2100. This measure, having reached its constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House adopts Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 17. The House adopts the Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 85. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2236 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2322 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2214 and requests return of the bill. The House adopts the Conference Committee Report to agree to disagree on Senate substitute for House Bill 2138 and has appointed Representatives Thomas, Estes, and Stogsdill as second conferees on the part of the House. The House announced the appointment of Representatives W. Carpenter, Humphreys, and Hoy to replace Representatives Landwehr, Eppley, and S. Ruiz as conferees on Senate substitute for House Bill 2390. The House announced the appointment of Representatives W. Carpenter, Humphreys, and Hoy to replace Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on Senate Bill 26.
We'll now move to conference committee reports. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson on Senate Bill 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to just kind of start off by talking about the tweaks it made. They took it from the Kansas Rural Housing Incentive District to the Kansas Reinvestment Housing Incentive District, the ACT, so it still has the same acronym, the RHID. And then there's one county that they increased the size from 80 to 85,000. So that would allow them to use that. What the bill does, there was two parts. We had Senate Bill 37 that passed here, 35 to 4. That's part of the investor credit from last year. Well, it had a sellable tax credit. We didn't add any new tax credits, just the tool of being able to sell it. We allow them to sell it one more time. So a lot of times these large banks have trust departments, and it allows them to move that one more time into the appropriate person's hands. And then the second piece, we overlooked and didn't allow insurance companies out of state to participate. So we wanted them to participate. The tax credits have been going pretty good, about 95 to 98%. This will just make them good and strong. And then the second piece was the RHID piece, dealing with, we have several cities that could build up to 100 houses or multi-units a year, no more than 50 units by one developer. They have to be 1,650 square feet or less. And then we had a second piece, that's just to try to get some affordable housing in these larger communities where we're short at right now. And then we've also, we added in existing lots across the state. There's about 5,000 or 6,000. I was talking to a former senator a couple weeks ago, trying to explain some of the stuff we put in down at Ark City, former Senator Steve Abrams, and he was telling me how they're busting a couple hundred people a day in because they don't have appropriate housing, and then how they have about 150 lots. This bill will fix them problems or be able to tool to use to fix them problems. I'll go ahead and make my motion. I move that the Senate adopt a conference committee report on Senate Bill 17, and I'll stand for questions.
Heard the motion and the explanation. Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. For at least my district, this is a problem. We already have an awful lot of apartments, and incentivizing even more is a bit of a problem for our district. My concern is that once abatements run out, 10 years from now, people are going to be selling off those properties. The new person coming online who might purchase one of these apartment or multi-unit systems we'll be paying the full tax, and we'll back off on maintaining them, and then we're going to have to deal with it. So I can't support this bill, but that's just for my district. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further question or comments from Senator from Johnson, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to stand in support of this bill. I think as we look, housing, we all know, is a big issue in Kansas. We've been trying to do a great job with that, and this is just another tool in the toolbox. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not another tool in the toolbox. This tool will strip the advantage of rural Kansas on these projects. In fact, a note I just got from a well-respected representative, and I quote, "This bill takes away and further widens the margin in larger cities. Good luck getting a developer to do anything in rural areas when the incentives are the same." We passed this legislation last year for rural Kansas to help incentives in rural Kansas, development in rural Kansas, because we see all the tax abatements and everything going to the urban. The House, if you listen to their debate earlier, they argued this. And this is an urban representative that gave me this quote. He knows how bad it would be. I urge the body to vote this down and defeat it.
Further questions or comments? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I'd have to beg to differ. I don't believe, in my opinion, I can show you here, I could read you through, if you go over Department of Housing, the investor credit, there's hundreds of housing projects have been approved, about $6 million worth. They've been approved. We've did nothing. There was 3 buckets. I wrote them. And I put money in every bucket. From counties under 8,000, I put $2.5 million. I've never seen that done by any legislator. Put money targeted at the very small. We've got projects going to be built in towns of 500 people or less. So we did nothing to mess with anything going on. Or beg to differ, it's the opposite. Adding these rural lots in, you're going to have a lot more housing because the streets are there, the sewer's there, the water's there, everything's there. They can put a modular house or a small house. They can do 5 lots, 10 lots. They can do them in smaller projects. We heard from groups all across the state. Farm Bureau supported this, the bankers, all the housing groups all supported these bills. I talked to a guy that's over 26 counties in northwest Kansas, and he said they got 1,500 lots. This bill will help them build a lot of houses in them communities. Yeah, you know, the larger communities really didn't have anything, and I was asked by the realtors to look and see if we couldn't develop something. Well, I can tell you, affordable housing in my community and others, and I was told by a staffer here, he lives in an apartment that he got his notice that he's not going to have a place to live because they're going to take that apartment, they're going to remodel it, and they're going to add $1,000 a month on. These will be guaranteed for starter houses, and so we need to use tools all across the state to get housing started for people at the bottom. I don't know if that explains.
Further questions, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in incredible support. This has been a fantastic program over the last year. It's been successful. It's been used. I think the rural-urban divide is something we shouldn't try and exacerbate. We should come together as Kansans, look at our workforce development, and this is a tool in workforce development. We've got an incredible hot economy with investment. We need workers. We need workers that can come in, and they're not always able to buy the same high prices, even in Northeast Kansas, where the prices are at. So we need this kind of thing to provide affordable housing to these workers, and I stand in incredible support for this. Thank you.
Seeing no further people seeking recognition, we will Senator Glenn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to be, or Mr. President, and I'm going to be talking for quite some time. The tax credits on these, are they transferable?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm assuming she's talking about the investor tax credit. Right now, the investor tax credit, as we put into law last year, can be sold. It can move once. What this bill will allow it to do will be able to allow it to move a second time. As I stated in my opening, a lot of banks and then have trust departments, or there's trust companies, and they need to be able to move them more than once, is what we heard. This will help the sale of them, so the person at the end, instead of getting 95 or 98 cents on the dollar, will be able to get closer to a full dollar on that tax credit.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are the tax credits refundable?
Senator from Johnson.
They're not a refundable credit, they're a sellable credit. The person that gets the credit can either use it, they got up to 5 years to use it, or they can use the option to sell it. And what these credits do, when you're building a house out in a town that's under 8,000, it's up for the first 100,000, up to 35%. We debated this last year. The credits are in place. This bill today, the only thing it does, it allows them to move one more time. We're not issuing any new credits. So the debate on the credits is really over, in my opinion. We're just saying, can we sell that credit one more time?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The debate's not over. If you're moving the credit one more time, you're increasing the transferability. And you said it exactly. They can sell the credits to anyone. In fact, there's an online website, you guys. You can go out and buy tax credits, Kansas tax credits. Did you know that? Well, instead of the money getting where it needs to and being targeted, we're subsidizing these businesses to where they get more tax credits than they need, and then they go out and sell them. How productive is that? I could use those tax credits much better places, like maybe an adoption credit, maybe a pregnancy center credit, or an education credit. There's so many other places that these could be used. But no, we're going to give a business more tax credits than they need so that they can sell them on the open market. And yes, it is up for debate because it's creating another layer of the transferability. So most certainly, it's up for debate. I would also ask the senator, the carrier of the conference committee report, why he would come back after 1 year and try to change the parameters on this legislation.
Senator from Johnson.
Number one, I wrote it last year, and sometimes when you write stuff, you don't see every piece. What we heard from the people that are buying them, if we can transfer them one more time, not extending any more new, if they can transfer them one more time, there'll be more people able to buy them, which will then, what I was told today, they're bringing 95 to 98 cents on the dollar. We can get 100. Of course, these are not refundable credits. This is just a tool we're using. We use this on the angel tax credit, is a 50% tax credit. You know, there's multiple ways we've used these tax credits to help invest, to get these houses started. Take a look at the property tax that each one of these developments going to bring in and the investment. This is just one small piece. So if you're giving a 35% tax credit or you're actually 1/3 of the investment. There's 2/3 more than investment. What about the property tax that's going to be paid? This is an 8 or 9 year recovery of that money. Now, it might not be to the state, but to the local or the cities, they will recover 100% of that. So in property tax alone. I'm going to also yield to the senator from Lyons. I think he has something to say.
Senator from Lyon, could you real quickly allow me to recognize Senator from Sherman for an announcement?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Ways and Means Conference Committee, 2:30 in room 112. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Lyon. Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm assuming this is going to count as one of my two,
It will.
even though he yielded.
It will.
Fair enough. A couple of things I'd like the body to consider. The need for the transferability of the tax credit at least one more time is what we have found is only the largest Kansas banks will buy these tax credits because of the fact that they are not transferable past that. So it actually becomes a frozen security in their portfolio, which cannot be used until they generate the tax to use the tax credit. Right now, banks need the ability to move in and out of securities, particularly as rates go up. And so the last thing a bank wants is a frozen security. As far as using the tax credits and being able to sell those to a bank, as a developers of the property, certainly they could use that tax credit for their own tax purposes. But if they can sell that tax credit up front to a financial institution or an insurance company, then they can take those proceeds and lower the cost of the development costs, which will ultimately benefit the consumer. So I want to make sure the body understood those 2 points.
Yield falls to Senator from Johnson. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to yield to the Senator Dahl.
Senator from Finney. Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We say that this is an urban bill, but I look at the proponents and I see the League of Municipalities. I see the Kansas Corn Growers Association. I see the Kansas Farm Bureau. I see the Northwest Kansas Economic Innovation Center. And I see Sunflower Electric Power Corporation. Those are all very much rural entities. And so I have a hard time that think that this could only be urban because these people would not be proponents if this was just dealing with urban housing. Thank you.
Yield falls again to Senator from Johnson. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll go ahead and just call the question. I think we've debated this enough. We've passed this out of the Senate before.
Point of order. If he's calling a question, he can't debate the call.
Question's been called. It takes 10 hands to call the question. It would take 10 hands to call. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just clarity. I have the 10. It was 10 hands to bring it to a vote to call. So 10 hands have been seen. We will now vote to call the question. An affirmative vote. We call the question, move on to the next question. Vote fails. We continue debate on this bill. On the question of calling the question, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Division's been requested. Those in favor of calling the question, please rise. Please be seated. Those opposed? On a vote of 22 to 10, the question is called. We will hold for final action. Chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, on Senate Bill 85.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt a conference committee report on Senate Bill 85.
Please explain.
Senate Bill 85 is a combination of two bills. Senate Bill 85 is the Kansas Travel Insurance Act, which this body passed 34 to 5. It remains unchanged as we used it. In fact, my intention was to concur on the House changing the enactment date on it. But the Speaker and the House Insurance Chair approached me day before yesterday, and House Bill 2452 was a bill that passed with 118 to 3 vote in the House that dealt with state employee health plan offering long-term care insurance. Currently, they're required to offer that. They have very low participation, and so they wanted to remove the requirement. Those that are in that plan will remain in that plan. It doesn't prevent the state employee health plan from offering it. It just removes the statutory requirement. So in visiting with our Ways and Means Chairman, which is where 2452 was referred, he was fine with us taking the contents and putting it in Senate Bill 85, and he used the House bill for something else. With that, I'll answer questions.
Questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll now recognize Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on House Bill 2014.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2014.
Please explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically, all this does is change the job qualifications and position descriptions for the state fire marshal. This is the old Boiler Safety Act. Basically, what they're doing is they're having trouble finding new entry-level positions. So they're changing the qualifications to allow them to fill some vacancies and job openings with the state fire marshal position so they can bring some people on to be able to do these boiler inspections. This also removes the term instructor coordinator, which would basically amend the definition of healthcare provider to replace a reference to first aid courses taught by a quote-unquote instructor coordinator, because there are no persons holding that title. So it's just clearing up some old defunct law that requires that on the EMS side and helps to open up to some entry-level job positions. And with that, I will stand for question.
Having heard the motion and explanation, are there questions from the senator for Johnson? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We're now moving to Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, on House Bill 2039.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Conference Committee report on House Bill 2039 would require the Secretary of Wildlife and Parks to issue a free permanent hunting and fishing license to any person residing in the state upon providing proof that that person is a disabled veteran. That passed the House 120 to 2 and the Senate 39 to 1. We inserted the contents of House Bill 2331 into this House Bill 2039, which is the designation of the Lehigh-Portland Trails in Allen County as Lehigh-Portland State Park. So the state park the land will be donated to the city of Iola in Allen County, Kansas. So it's a 360-acre property, includes a clear lake that's a 130-acre quarry lake, as well as 14 miles of hiking and biking trails. So the Department of Wildlife and Parks would develop a visitor center there. There'd be boating and camping and other recreational facilities. There'd be no SGF used for this development. They've done on-site visits, land evaluations, water quality testing, everything's come back perfectly fine. So it does, as I say, connect 14 miles of existing trails that connects the city of Iola to the 52-mile long Prairie Spirit Trail Park, State Park, and then that connects to the 118-mile Flint Hills Trail State Park. So this came through the House on a vote of 101 to 21 and had a hearing in the Senate Commerce Committee. So at this point, Mr. President, I would move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2039, and I'll stand for questions.
For the motion and the explanation, are there questions from the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. President. No questions, but a comment. Hearing about this potential new state park in the Commerce Committee, it was just a delightful concept. The photos, the drawings of what their plans are for it. Frankly, I can't wait to go. I really hope that this becomes a state park and we can add it to all our other beautiful areas. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't get a chance to ask this question in caucus, but we did discuss this. Who is the agency that requested the funds from the Strengthening People and Revitalizing Kansas Economic Development Grant, and who oversees that grant program?
So the agency, sorry, Mr. President, sorry. So the agency that requested that would be the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. And you'll see that in the first paragraph at the bottom of page 4. And what was that, Mr. President? I did not recall the second part of that question.
Senator Barton, you repeat your second question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And who oversees the Strengthening People and Revitalizing Kansas Economic Development Grant?
Department of Commerce.
Senator from
Mr.
Shawnee.
President, sorry.
Senator from Shawnee.
Department of Commerce.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just find it somewhat ironic that that this project happens to be in Allen County, and there was testimony provided by not just the division or the Department of Wildlife and Parks, but also the president and CEO of Thrive Allen County, which I believe our current Secretary of Commerce, David Toland, who is also our current Lieutenant Governor, also used to be part of Thrive Allen County. It's just somewhat concerning that this seems like a pet project of an individual in state government, and that all of these entities and grant programs are all connected to the same person. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. Chair, I had a senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, on Senate sub for House Bill 2302. Oh, Senator Fagg, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2302 would establish funding for the state water plan and water infrastructure projects. It also created two accounts, the Water Technical Assistance Fund and the Water Projects Grant Fund. It also authorizes the State Water Office to provide grants and adopt rules and regulations to establish criteria for grants, update reporting requirements for the Kansas Water Authority, and make technical amendments. Basically, there's two big things that happen in this. The House vote on that was 119 to 3. The Senate vote was 39 to 1. So the first big part is that they came to us on that with the $52 million, the way we wanted to pay off the lake debt, where they was going to do it over 3 years. So they came to us on that. The other big part of that was that they wanted to do sales tax money, and we wanted to do SGF, and they came our direction on that one too. So basically, it ended up being the way that it was presented to you the other day, with a few minor details in that. So at that point, I would stand for question.
Can you make your motion real quick before we?
I will. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on S sub HB 2302.
For the motion, the explanation, are there questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, no questions, but I'll tell you what, it has never been my pleasure to be able to speak positively about two beautiful bills in 1 hour in the Senate. This bill would help make sure that Kansas, every Kansan, every animal, every plant in the state has quantity and quality water. This is a historic opportunity. I know that sounds lofty and a little much, but it's nothing short of that. Thank you so much. I am in strong support.
Further questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich on House Bill 2336.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2336 would amend the law pertaining to the issuance of general obligation bonds. This is the MTAA bill that you heard last week. It increases that bonding authority from 1 million to 10 million, and then anything in excess of that would be sent to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval or disapproval. We also added in conference committee the contents of House Bill 2234. So this is the bill that we heard on the Senate floor. It passed 36-4 and in the House 116-4. And it increases the cost thresholds for state building projects at which a negotiating committee had to be convened for the selection of architectural engineering and land surveying services. They increased that to $1.5 million and to provide for future increases based on the CPI or the CPU. They did that because this would be a much more efficient, streamlined process for engaging architectural services. There were no opponents on either bill. The first bill, 2336, passed the Senate 30-10 and the House 91-30. And there were no, as I said, no opponents. And at this point, I think I would move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2336.
For the motion and the explanation, are there questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The conference committee reports on Senate Bill 17, Senate Bill 85, House Bill 2014, House Bill 2039, Senate sub for House Bill 2302, and House Bill 2336. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill number 17, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill number 85, an act concerning travel insurance. House Bill number 2014, an act concerning roads and highways. House Bill number 2039, an act concerning wildlife and parks. Senate substitute for House Bill number 2302, an act concerning water. And House Bill number 2336, an act concerning surplus property and Public Airport Authority Act.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Hulscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman, Pyle, Ready, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? I know our budget conferees are out, so anyone else? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Explanation of vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our schools rely on property taxes. We know that, and we've heard it through the years. Senate Bill 17 exempts possibly hundreds of home units from property taxes. No one took the time to visit with the school districts about this, and they did not have an opportunity to comment since this was created in a conference committee report. I vote no on Senate Bill 17.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you. Explanation of vote on HB 2039. I voted no because disabled veterans already are extended the hunting and fishing licenses, and it just costs the Wildlife and Parks money that they could have used elsewhere to open up hunting and fishing to other citizens. So it was a lateral, if not negative move. So I voted no. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? Senator from Lynn, I forgot to ask you, do you want your remarks on the journal? Further explanation? Are there any changes? We will hold open for just a minute for our conferees to return, so we'll be at ease for just a minute. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Mr. President, I vote aye.
Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
I vote aye.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Any further changes? Explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 31 having voted in favor and 9 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 17, 36 in favor and 4 opposed to 85, 40 in favor and none opposed to the passage of House Bill 2014, 35 in favor and 5 opposed to 2039, 38 in favor and 1 opposed to 2302, 31 in favor and 7 opposed to House Bill 2336. These measures having received a constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Before we recess, are there announcements? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Education Conference Committee will go sign agree to disagree papers.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley. Oh, Senator from Sherman, hold that. Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Ways and Means Conference Committee is going to resume our conference committee.
Very good. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republicans will caucus at 4 p.m. in room 548, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 4 p.m. in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Majority from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess till 5 p.m.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's in recess.
The Senate will come to order. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on H-Sub for Senate Bill 42. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 221. The House concurs in Senate amendments to Senate Sub for House Bill 2344 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2325 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2125 and requests return of the bill. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Sub for House Bill 2058. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Sub for House Bill 2170. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2196. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on House Sub for Senate Bill 113 and has appointed Representatives Williams, Landwehr, and Wynn as second conferees on the part of the House. The House adopts a Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on Senate Sub for House Bill 2010 and has appointed Representatives Owens, E. Smith, and Heiberger as second conferees on part of the House.
On motions to agree to disagree, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2390 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee to be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. As second conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, and the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. On agree to disagree, the chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 113 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. As second conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, and the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Conference Committee reports. Chair recognizes the Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, on House Bill 2184.
I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2184.
You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to just mention a few things in the bill. First, I'd like to mention our adjustments for fiscal year 2023. The SGF increase for 2023 was $1.1 million from the governor's recommendation. So we got really close to her recommendation in 23. Some of the things in this new budget, the build program has $220 million in it over 4 years, which will allow local communities that are wanting to use some of these federal dollars for projects, might be a water project or whatever. It also has some technical help for these folks where they can use an engineer for the services, help for the applications because they have to apply at the federal level, and assist in those folks getting some of these federal dollars. This budget also has $600 million additional money going into the rainy day fund. So we're putting money away for a rainy day in case the economy has a downturn. We also took a bunch of ARPA dollars, which are the federal dollars that are going to expire, and we're repurpose those in this budget. So we tried to find places where they're one-time spends, so it's money that we can be used one time and not have to worry where we're going to get it from next year. Going down the sheet, I'm primarily going to start on page 3 if you want to follow along. I kind of did this in our caucus, and we deleted $6.8 billion, including $4.4 billion SGF. This is the education funding that's in an education bill. We deleted $53 million SGF and ended up taking $52 million of that, and it's for the payoff of the Milford and Prairie Lakes. And we had looked at these bonds last year when we were paying off some of these reservoirs. We paid 3 of them last year because they had higher interest on the bonds. We chose not to do this last year because of the low interest. And so we're going to take this money, we're going to put it aside so it will pay for these reservoirs, the bonding, but we're not going to pay it at this time. We're taking it over the Treasury, and with what we're going to draw there on interest will be approximately $1 million a year on the arbitrage that we'll be making. And as long as that's working, we'll leave it over there. If any particular time comes that we decide it's time to pay it off, the money's there, we'll just pay them off. There's also some other options we're looking at there to try to save additional dollars. So that's all in place. So that money was moved over there. We deleted $49.4 million, all from federal ARPA funds. And this is money that was put in for business closures. And we put $50 million in. As you can see, only a small amount has been used for these business closures. So these ARPA dollars will expire. So we've taken those ARPA dollars and we're using them on one-time spends and making sure that we don't have to send them back to the federal government. Also, we deleted a transfer of $50 million from SGF for agencies applying for federal grant programs. So that's part of that $220 million I was just talking about. We deleted the transfer of the $220 million for the infrastructure law funding, added language to increase the maximum transfer from the lottery vending machines to the clubhouse program of $9 million. Going on to page 4. It included $4.8 billion, expenditures of $16.8 billion, and an SGF, including $4.8 billion from SGF. This is where we deleted the funding again in 24, and that's in the education piece of that's coming a little bit later here. And Department of Education, that's the $6.8 billion, including $4.7 SGF. KDH e-health deleted a $645.3 million and added $85.1 million SGF. That was the Medicaid expansion piece that was deleted. Added $7.9 million, including $3.2 million for our emergency medical services. This raises the ground and the air both to 100% for their reimbursements. So we've moved that up to 100% on both land and air. Kansas Department of Aging Disabilities, we've added $61.6 million, including $24.6 million SGF. This is for additional payments to the nursing facilities and medical residents served for fiscal year 24. I told our caucus earlier, I had a phone call Monday that the nursing home facility in Quinter, Kansas was closing. And we've got to do more. We've got to try to help these counties and these local hospitals and local nursing homes stay in business. So put 61.6 million there. Added 34.4 million, including 14 million SGF, to fully rebase the daily Medicaid rate for the nursing facilities. Added $13 million, including 5.2 million SGF for the home community-based services, and a waiver for reimbursement rates to 10%, which is an increase for 2024. Added 7.4 million, including 3 million SGF for targeted case management's reimbursements rates, moved them to $75 an hour. Deleted 22 million SGF from the federal ARPA funds, and we're using them to expand the Ascension Via Christi emergency room. And we're replacing those with ARPA dollars. There's some of them one-time spends right there, the 22 million. We used ARPA in place of the SGF. Department of Children and Families added 15.2 million, including 12.8 million SGF. Added 6 million, including 5.1 million SGF for the Children's Alliance of Kansas Fund for foster care therapeutic programs. For the child placement agencies. Added 2.5 million SGF for software and service for fiscal year 24. This is for licensing and placement of software. Kansas Highway Patrol added 6.9 million, an increase to transfer from the State Highway Fund. We had, if you remember last year, we did 2 airplanes and a helicopter, and we wanted to space these a little bit so when it comes time to replace them again, we won't have to replace them all the same year. So this is the second helicopter replacement, and it'll be offset in years with the other ones. Wichita State University and the University of Kansas, we added 142 million, and this is ARPA funds, and this is for their Health Science Center, their joint project, and so it's 142 million, and where that money was setting was over at the unemployment agency. When we had all the fraud a few years ago during COVID, we had placed this $500,000 over there to backfill for the fraudulent claims. Took care of all that. There was still 142 million left, so we thought this would be a great place for a one-time spend, and so that's going to the health care facility. Board of Regents added 14.3 million SGF. This is for the community and technical colleges to expand registered apprenticeships, technical education, businesses, and industry partnerships. And this is based on their student enrollment full-time. Department of Commerce added 5.5 million, all EDF, for the Sunflower Summer Program. This is a good program that was started during COVID, allows families to go to like a zoo or a museum, and they put an app on their phone, and when they scan it, it takes care of their entrance fee, up to $5. Added 2.5 million for public broadcasting. Added language allowing the approval of star bond projects and for a major amusement park to allow the project to be eligible for financing, and special obligation bonds for fiscal year 24. Added language to increase the bonding authority for the rural development project without the issuance of the special obligation bonds up to 25 million. State Treasurer added 2 million SGF for the Alternatives to Abortion program. transferred 50 million SGF for 24 and 55 million SGF for fiscal years 25, 26, and 27 for the Build Kansas. This is the program I mentioned a little earlier that allows for communities to use this money for their matches at the federal level and also their applications and so forth. Turn to page 6, judicial branch. Deleted 16.3 million SGF for salaries. Those salaries will be looked at omnibus along with all state employees. And the state employees, same thing, there was 169.5 that's also waiting for our action at omnibus. And with that, Mr. Vice President, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just more about a commentary here. I appreciate the great work of our committee and the committee chair and all those on it. And we've got a budget here. I think it's a little bit of a misnomer to say that we are $1 million over the governor's budget. When we look at some of these things, for example, we've got this bill money that's about $220 million inside the governor's budget in the first year. And what we've done is taken that money and spread it across a 4-year horizon. We've got, so if you think about that, we're about $150 million over the governor's budget with just that. We look at some other things. I'm really disappointed we don't have our state employee pay raises in here. I'm disappointed that we haven't addressed the education budget inside of this bill to make sure that we're whole there. And I'm disappointed that we're shoring up the amount of money for the health of our Kansas residents out there that could actually be afforded health care with the Medicaid expansion. We've taken that out, and because we've taken it out, over the next 2 years, we're going to be spending $71.5 million more dollars over the next 2 years of SGF by taking that out. And what we've done is shorn up our hospitals and our rural hospitals that the speaker was speaking about by trying to throw some money at them that Medicaid expansion really could have helped them out with. To the tune of about $52 million when you look at KDADS and DCF, and another approximately $6 to $10 million when we look at KDHE. So I think we're overspending here. We're not taking advantage of the opportunities afforded us in cooperation with the federal government to help the healthcare outcomes of our residents. We're not helping out our state employees at this time because we've taken that state employee pay raise, which is about, what, 60, 70 million. And so I think it's a bit of a misnomer to say we've come in under the budget because what we've done is we've pushed it off into the future. And I don't like that, Mr. Vice President. I'm afraid I can't support this particular budget at this time. Thank you.
Senator from Sherman, you care to comment?
No, I just comment that the 1.1 million was for fiscal year 23, if I didn't state that correctly.
Are there other questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Would the carrier of the conference committee report stand for questions?
He's standing.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions, and I appreciate the work. I know a lot of it went into this. But how does a couple $1 million show up in the budget for a radio station?
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. That was a House position, and as we negotiated, we put it into a package, and it was part of a package that we accepted.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what about all the other radio stations? I've got some great ones in my district that I would like to support.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would just say that, you know, if the good senator has some that would like to try to get some funding, that there's going to be some opportunities in this federal funding that maybe they will qualify for. I know there's a lot of money in there for broadband and so forth, and it may work under that.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. However, this budget specifically spells out one radio station.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, there's things in the budget or individual things. I mean, yes, there's only one healthcare center that's getting $142 million too. I mean, it's not a private radio station either. I would mention that.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. However, I think every dollar we spend is important. I would also ask about the Dolly Parton reading program. I understand it's a great program, but why is it in our state budget? My niece, she's a teacher, and she asked for family members and others to donate, and we do, and we sponsor her classroom and donate books. I mean, it's great, but I'm not asking the state taxpayers to pay for it. So I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, I know it's not the chairman from the tax committee. We did not see any of these things in the tax budget, and I very much appreciate his work. But I'd ask why we accepted the House position on these items.
Senator from Sherman, care to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Dolly Parton is only setting up the 5013. There is no funding going to this at all.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yet, no funding yet. We all know how it works. Mr. Vice President, I have concern, and this is not, again, not a reflection on the chairman by any means, but last year we passed in a tax bill and a budget bill $50 million to set aside for property tax relief for businesses that were shut down during COVID. $50 million. And the Department of Revenue is saying, oh, well, only about $10,000 was applied for. Well, you want to know why? Go out to the website, the governor's website for the department, and try filling out that application. I have been doing that for the last, I don't know how long. It won't even accept the address. It keeps denying. So of course nobody applied for it. I had constituents tell me how complicated this application was, in the sense that you couldn't even have a space out of place or it would not accept your application. So the governor's, it shut down the ability to even apply for these. And our intent for that money was to go to businesses that were shut down, not to be redistributed within this budget, because we're about to lose funds. It's quite disappointing, and this is not a reflection of our chairman by any means, or the Ways and Means Committee. I want to be clear on that. But it is a reflection on the poor application, the poor administration when we pass policy and we can't get that money where it was intended to go. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I had the pleasure of serving on the conference committee for Ways and Means, and so I would thank the chairman and the vice chair for the work they did. However, I do have a couple of questions for the chair. You mentioned about the ARPA dollars and how they're being distributed in areas that they will cover one-time funds. So, Mr. Chairman, could you then explain how will those areas be addressed if these are one-time funds in the future?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll use the example of the facility with Wichita State and Kansas State University. They're going to put up a facility with that $142 million. And we will not have to fund that again next year. It's a one-time spend.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. That particular item is not coming out of the funds that were just referred to by the senator that was just speaking, the $49.4 million. Those ARPA funds that, because there's only $49.4 million there, not $142 million. That $142 million is a different ARPA fund. So these $49.4 million, could you explain how those items that are being addressed with those ARPA funds, how they'll be covered in the future?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Just 1 second, please. One of them would be the Via Christi expansion of beds. That'd be one time, and that particular ARPA fund. We used several different funds of ARPA. We used the one from the unemployment. We used the one from the storefront property, and we also used some from the KEEP, because like I said, we want to make sure all these funds are expended before they have to be sent back. So the Via Christi, or let me get the name right here.
Ascension.
Ascension Via Christi, yes. That's an example of the 22 million from, I'm going to say that's from the property front relief. One time.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, earlier I also heard the chairman say that this would helping local hospitals and nursing homes stay in business. And so if we, these are one-time funds that, for example, the 24.6 million SGF to fund additional payments to nursing facilities based on the number of Medicaid residents served there, that's in 24, and 14 million to fully rebase the daily Medicaid rate for nursing facilities, and 5.2 million to increase home and community-based services for the frail and elderly so that we can bring it to a 10% rate. These are one-time funds. So one-time funds, I don't know how they're going to help our nursing homes stay in business when they were talking about one-time funds. So could the chairman expound on that?
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, thank you. The 24.6 million is SGF. If I said something different, I apologize. I just used an example on the ARPA, but the 24.6 million SGF. The 14 million for the rebase and the Medicaid rate for the nursing facilities, 14 million SGF. The 13 million, including 5.2 million SGF for the home and community-based services, SGF. These are not one-time spends. This is SGF, which will continue.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So those funds, those SGF funds, if I would take the time to add those up, those are around or close to $50 million that now we're going to take out of SGF, when in fact, if we really want to help local hospitals and nursing homes stay in business, we could pass Medicaid expansion. We took out of this budget hundreds of thousands of, we took out of this budget before we even started monies that, because we would not pass Medicaid expansion. And if we pass Medicaid expansion, we would be paying for the state share for the next 8 to 10 years. and we would be benefiting over 150,000 Kansans. We're talking about Kansans who are making $8,750 a year at 138% of poverty level, working Kansans. And yet we would, if we did that, we would be helping every hospital and every nursing home in our state. So as my chairman just spoke about a nursing home in his area closing, I was just told that 2 days ago that there are 4 rural nursing homes that are closing this week. That's impacting those communities because, as you know, I don't live in a rural community, but I do know the impact that the nursing home closing can have. So those families are now have to make choices to move their elderly relatives someplace further away because those facilities aren't there. We made a decision here to not look at the value for all of our Kansans with Medicaid expansion. We really want to address our budget and make the best use of our dollars and benefit Kansans. We would go down that route to pass Medicaid expansion.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, care to respond?
No, thank you.
Are there other questions? Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First of all, I want to thank Chairman Billinger, Vice Chairman Clays, and the ranking and the entire committee. I know the amount of work that's gone into this. I think this is my 13th budget that I have considered. And the way I've always looked at it is if I look hard enough, I can probably find 50 things that I really hate about this budget. And if I look really hard, I can find 50 things I absolutely love. So, you know, I think it's a great budget. It's not perfect, but I would hope that we can support great and move on down the road and take care of those things at omnibus that we need to take care of, that we need to look at, such as state employee raises and those type of things. But I do commend the Budget Committee and the chairman, and I will strongly be supporting this budget.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I too appreciate the work that the conferees have done. I think there's a few things in here that I would probably like to see in here, but you know, also there's a lot of things got moved to omnibus. And the reason for that is to see what our caseloads look like. We get the consensus revenue information at that time. We have just a better snapshot of what our budget's going to look like. But there are things in here, you know, for nursing homes, substance abuse, and some other things in here as well that are going to be helpful to many of our folks back home. I too am very interested in the state employee pay raises. And hope that we have a good snapshot when we come back here in a few weeks, and we can take care of that at that time. So I'll be supporting this.
Chairman from Sherman, you care to respond?
No.
Are there other questions or comments? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, you may close. You have made your motion. You've done an explanation.
Yes, I'll just make a few closing comments if that's okay. First off, I want to be sure and thank the reviser staff, the research staff. You know, they worked all night trying to get this budget printed and out here. I'd like to also recognize my chief of staff, Nancy, and my office assistant, Dawn, for all their work. And I especially want to first thank all the members of the Ways and Means Committee. These folks work very hard. They do the subcommittees, and they make my job easy because they're great people. I also would like to thank Senator Clays and Senator Petty as my two conference committee partners. Appreciate everything they do and help with. And I'd like to also thank the Appropriations Chair Waymaster and Vice Chair Hoffman and Ranking Helgerson. Thank you.
We'll hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. The Conference Committee report on House Bill 2184. The clerk will read the title.
House Bill number 2184, an act concerning the Judicial Council.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Klus. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can I get a preliminary vote count?
$24 yay, 11 nay. Again, has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I changed my pass to no.
Does any other senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (24) voting in favor, 12 against. House Bill 2184, this measure having received the required constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. This conference Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 325 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning economic development.
This constitutes the introduction of Senate Bill 325. On conference committee reports, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, on House Sub for Senate Bill 42.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House subs for Senate Bill 42.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those, excuse me, you'll need to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 42 is a bill that we have seen before on this floor. It had to do with the requirement for members of a hospital board. So you have county hospitals in rural areas particularly, and they had to reside in that county. And this particular one was Logan County. They had a dedicated board member who moved across the street, and in that area around Oakley, you can be in a couple of different counties because of that. And so what it did, it expanded the qualified electors and allowed any county adjacent to that county to qualify to be on that hospital board. In committee, we added that they had to own some type of property so that if they decided to raise any taxes on that county hospital, they would have a little bit of skin in the game. And then it went down in the House. There was a lot of misunderstanding, and I think that was all straightened out because the conference committee went back to work, and they did add another provision here as well that has to do with the assessment imposed on hospital providers. They were having to pay like from 1.83 to 3% of hospital inpatient, outpatient revenue, and now they do not have to make that payment. That was added. This bill went through the House, and they received over 80 votes this time. The original bill passed in this chamber 38-2. And with that, Mr. Vice President, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, you may close.
I'm looking for a close here.
We will hold for final action.
Thank you. I move that we support House Substitute Senate Bill 42 for final action.
Thank you for the motion. And we will now hold for final action. We'll recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to announce Senate Judiciary Committee, regular Senate Judiciary Committee will have a meeting at the rail now to approve committee meeting minutes. So if we could have a meeting at the rail, that'd be great to approve the minutes. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on Senate Bill 221.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the committee report, conference committee report on Senate Bill 221.
You may further explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 221 was a fairly simple bill. It just requires an affidavit for write-in candidacy for Senate, House, and State Board of Education here in Kansas, and also for a number of county offices, including district offices for district judge, district magistrate, district attorney, and then county offices and city offices for cities of first class. A very simple bill. It passed this committee committee of the whole 29-7. In conference committee, we added the contents of House Bill 2086, which came over from the House, came out of the House vote of 122 to 0, I believe it was the first time. And we heard it in the Senate Fed and State Affairs Committee. And we heard and vetted this bill over the course of a number of days. This bill, we added 11 balloon amendments, 2 conceptual amendments out of our committee, passed it out of committee, and then in conference committee amended it a number of other times. And I'll just cover what we added in conference committee. We added a requirement to any individual running or wishing to run as a write-in candidate for the United States Senate or the United States House of Representatives. Added a provision that write-in votes for candidates for those offices may not be counted unless the candidate has filed an affidavit. It added language providing that the Secretary of State shall be responsible for assisting and advising county election officers. We also changed the county population threshold required for an appointment of an election commissioner by the Secretary from 100,000 to 125,000. Added a requirement for the Secretary in consultation with the chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners to form a search committee to identify, interview, and recommend at least 3 candidates for that election commissioner position when that happens. The only county that's near that threshold would be Douglas County, and we estimate by the population estimates it may be 5 to 6 years before it happens. Added a requirement that any individual appointed to the position of election commissioner be a resident of Kansas for at least 2 years prior to the appointment, and a resident of the county on the day that that commissioner takes the oath of office. And also gives the Secretary discretion as to whether to order all counties actually we remove that provision, giving the Secretary of State discretion for ballot rotation. We also, for an individual who filed an independent nominating petition, it allowed for or required a 20-day period for the Secretary of State to, after that submission, to validate that petition, so it couldn't be held open indefinitely. Restored current law from regarding the number of consecutive general elections a person may fail to participate in from 2 to 4 before receiving notice. They could be removed from the advanced voting list. And finally, remove the language permitting the review of ballot images. So you cannot use ballot images, but actually must use the actual paper ballots for the audit of an election. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions? Chair recognizes the Senator from Civic, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So if the Senator could mention the members, how many members are on that selection committee, and yeah, if he could do that, please.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. There will be 5 members on that selection committee, 3 appointed by the Secretary of State, and 2 from the individual county. That would be the county commissioner or county chair, county commission chair, or one of the commissioners, and then the HR person from that county. And they will look at all the various people who are nominated. They will select 3 candidates, then send that to the Secretary of State for final selection of the election officer for that county.
Chair recognizes the Senator for.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If the Senator could please share with me who would be those 3 sitting members from the Secretary of State's office?
They would appoint those members. I believe they just decide who those members are. The Secretary of State, I'm not sure. Yeah, the Secretary of State selects people who are qualified, I guess, to make that decision, and those 3 people sit on that board.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I had a little bit of concern about this process, and I would hope that I could get that answer eventually from someone from the Secretary of State's office. I know the final decision would be made by the Secretary of State. However, just curious to know, the language just says, and 3 members of the Secretary of State's office, and I'd like to know who those members might be, because we do know on the county level, the chair of the county commissioners would sit on that panel, or they could appoint another, like their vice chair or someone else. Like in Wichita, we've got 7, I believe, 7 county commissioners. So I understand that part, but just I'd like to know that, and then if the senator has that information, I'd appreciate it.
The senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, these are people who will be randomly selected by the Secretary of State's office, so they could come from anywhere in the state or anyone they felt that was qualified to make those type of decisions, so that it's no set and specific officer or person from an agency. These would just be officials appointed by the Secretary of State, and there's no specificity as to that, and it happens so rarely, since those population changes don't happen very often. So it would be just whomever the Secretary of State felt was qualified to hold those positions.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I thought when the senator first stood and shared the information, I thought he said that it would be 3 members of that panel that it would be 3 members from the Secretary of State's office. So I understood it, and in the conference committees and reading it, the interpretation was that those 3 members would be an employee within the Secretary of State's office, not just, anybody in the state that they wanted to select. If I could get that clarification, I would appreciate it. And as that information is being brought forward, Mr. Vice President, I'll ask another quick question as that information is coming. So I do appreciate the position that the conference committee members came up with regarding removing individuals, people with disabilities, senior citizens, it was a motion to remove them from the permanent advance ballot roll if they had not voted in a while. And so I'm glad that we did, and just want to confirm that it would be every 4 years that if they had not voted, we would consider removing them from the voting, or they would have to reapply to be on the permanent advance ballot list. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I'll answer the first question. We do have some clarification from the Secretary of State's office regarding the appointments on that 5-person panel. It would be the election director, the assistant secretary, and the HR chief, all from the Secretary of State staff. Sorry it took so long to get that information. And with regard to the returning it to 4 years, yes, we returned it to 4 consecutive general elections where they did not vote, and then they would receive notice that they would be removed from the advanced voting, the permanent advanced voting list, but would have, with that notice, the opportunity to say, yes, I still want to stay on that list. But we particularly heard from the disabled folks. Some of those people only vote in the presidential election every 4 years. And so they didn't want to be prematurely removed from those roles.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I appreciate that because we do know that sometimes our elderly and people with disabilities, sometimes they are hospitalized, and when they file for that, permanent, the word permanent to me means once you've already submitted a letter from your physician to say that you are disabled, that you're on that, you receive your advance ballot in the mail. So I appreciate that we we went back to the current law of 4 years. And Mr. Vice President, I also appreciate and if he could, please repeat that again, of those 3 members from the Secretary of State's office, because I would not have signed the conference committee report if they are just at-large individuals. And so it's kind of almost like when we do write-ins, we write in Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck. I want it to be real people that I know and can reach out to. If he would confirm that for me, please, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Certainly, yeah. Once again, it is all from the Secretary of State staff, the election director, the Assistant Secretary of State, and the HR chief, all from the Secretary of State staff. And one other point of clarification, the reason that we do notify people every 4 years is that because some of those people are elderly, some of them are disabled, as we know, and people do pass away. And so this gives us the opportunity to clear up those roles. Sometimes we're not notified that people have passed on, and so that we don't want those names on the voter rolls anymore. So it's just kind of a check on the situation.
Mr. Vice President, I agree. I appreciate that. Thank you for responding. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to rise and just thank the chairman for doing his best to defend the work we did in the Senate Committee on Federal State Affairs. I think we brought over a dozen amendments to the bill to make it better, and I believe most of those amendments have stayed in this bill. However, I do have one big concern still that's in this conference committee report, which is why I'll be opposing this bill, and that is removing the 2-year requirement for the election commissioner to reside in one of the 4 most populous counties in our state that have an election commissioner. I think anybody in the Senate who has maybe lived in a different community for a few years understand it takes some time to really get to know the heart and the culture of the community. Whether you went off maybe to college for a few years or maybe a job or something took you to another community, you just know it takes time to get to know and adapt to that community and to understand truly the culture and the needs of the community. And so I'm very concerned that this bill is removing the requirement because in my home county of Sedgwick, we're very different than the other 3 counties that have an election commissioner, Wyandotte, Johnson, Shawnee, and all the 4 counties are different among the others. And so in my county, we have uniqueness with rural and urban. And in our urban part of our county, we have a lot of different communities. We have Riverside, you have the Eastboro, we have College Hill, we have so many different communities. And so I think it's vital, and we know that elections are so important, that our election commissioner knows the community they're serving. We don't want someone who's coming in or not from our community, who doesn't know our community, doesn't know our needs in inner city Wichita or in the rural part of the county. So I think it's very crucial that someone resides in the county for a while before they become our election commissioner. And in a county that has over 500,000 people, I'm sure we can find someone qualified. And I don't think it's necessary that we look outside of our county for that fair, independent election commissioner. So I will be opposing this amendment. I do know there's still a lot of concern. When this bill 2086 was originally brought over from the House, the members of the committee heard from a lot of people concerns with this bill, and in my district, I still continue to hear a lot of the concerns about maybe more work needing to be done on this bill. So I will be opposing this amendment, and I ask the Senate to do the same. Thank you. Sorry, the bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. Do you care to opine?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I appreciate the comments from the Senator from Sedgwick because that is a concern. We want to make sure these people are members of the community or understand the situation. The 4 big counties that are involved, that have the county election commissioners, actually came to the Secretary of State's office and did request this change as part of the bill because they, even in spite of the size and population of these counties, they are having difficulty filling these positions or finding qualified people to fill them. So that it came at their request, as did a number of other provisions within this bill. Smaller counties asked for different things. So this was an effort to capitulate to the county's desires to be able to find qualified candidates. And but I do appreciate the senator's concern.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Pasco for the second time.
Mr. Vice President, if the senator from Johnson could just clarify so that we all leave here tonight with an understanding of the comment made from the senator from Sedgwick. So what is current law requiring the election or the appointment or whatever words you want to use for the election commissioner in counties? What is current law?
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yeah, current law is that any county with 130,000 population, 130,000 or more, has a county election official. We bounced around in that population in the various forms of the bill, and then finally landed on 125,000. So if you have less than 125,000, then you don't have to have the county election official. And of course, for the larger counties, that official helps to be, it's a very, very big job. And so it helps those counties to manage the elections.
Senator Pasco.
Mr. Vice President, so I appreciate that information, but so like us here, we run for office, and we are elected by the people in our districts. I'm asking, what is the procedure? So currently, is current law that you only have to be a resident of that county, and then you are selected or appointed by the Secretary of State, or do you have to be a resident of the state of Kansas for so long and or a resident of the county? So just curious what current law is and what we are actually changing within this measure to clarify what has been said on the floor today. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Current law, you must be a resident of the county for 2 years before being appointed. This bill changes the residency requirement to a resident of the state instead of just the county. And again, this allows the county to look outside of the county in case they cannot find or cannot find somebody desirous of holding the position or that they feel is qualified for that position. So it opens it up, and it would seem odd that for counties that large that you might have difficulty finding someone to do that, but apparently that is the case, which is why those 4 counties asked the Secretary of State's office to provide this in the bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. To kind of follow up on the comments or the questions from my colleague from Sedgwick County, I do want to ask the carrier of this conference committee report, if I want to file for state senate or my local county commission seat or my school board seat, do I have to be a resident of my district?
Senator Thompson.
Yes.
Senator Blasey.
So wouldn't it make sense that we'd want the person that's in charge of our elections, which I believe we all find to be very sacred and very important, wouldn't we want that person to be a resident of our county?
Senator Thompson.
Well, again, in this particular situation, this is not someone running for an office. This is an appointed position. And rather than, somebody who's elected like a senator who goes out and runs for election, they're looking for the best qualified candidate. And so obviously you would want someone for the county, and I think they would seek someone for the county, but apparently there's difficulty in the process, and they want to be able to consider somebody who might live in an adjacent county, just across the county line. And with the current requirement, it would preclude them from expanding that search.
Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice President. So I guess in that response, if I recall correctly, I don't believe the 4 largest counties asked for this change. I believe the smaller counties were struggling in some of the rural parts to find a county clerk. But the issue is here again. Sedgwick County has over 500,000 people. Johnson County has over 600,000 people. And surely we can find someone in our own community to run the election system. Someone maybe who has business experience, maybe someone who already works in the election office. I just don't think it's necessary that we have someone who lives clear across the state to be running the elections in our home county who doesn't know our needs, doesn't know our community. Because in Sedgwick County, what if someone comes in and decides, well, we're going to cut the polling station in this little town in West Sedgwick County called Andell or Colwich? Or maybe there's a polling site that's in inner city Wichita that's near the bus stop, but we're going to close that polling station. We need someone who knows our community, and that's why I think it's crucial that this current law stays on the books. So I will again be opposing the amendment or the bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator, your care to comment?
No, thank you, Mr. Vice President.
You may close, not saying yet. Excuse me. The chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a few comments, and I don't want to reiterate too much here. A lot has been said already, but when this bill originally came to Fed and State, it was just overwhelming, to be quite frank. A lot to navigate, and going through the whole process. So I want to thank the committee and the hard work, and like we talked about, mentioned the amendments and conference being a new experience for myself and the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. We talked and several times that we're not experts at this, but trying to navigate everything and get the best we could. And in hindsight, there are some things, and I totally see what the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey, has said. There's some things that maybe in hindsight, but moving forward, we can look back and maybe we can fix some things in the future. But I think for now, we really have worked hard, and I want the body here to understand that. And it was no easy task, and much like the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, said earlier on the other bill, the budget, there's a lot of things. When I looked at this thing at first, like, boy, I don't like that. And then as we worked through, I began to see things that I did like, and that's just the way it goes. But we worked the process, and I want to just commend Senator Thompson for his hard work in this particular bill and subject, and I know he wants to do what's right for the voters of Kansas and to protect Kansas. And so with that, thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I also am on the Fed and State Committee that received House Bill 2086, all 54 pages of it. And the committee began to work the bill, and I think we did put 11 or 13 amendments on the bill in committee. I had also had the revisers draft another half a dozen amendments, but since House Bill 2086 never made it to the Senate floor, I was not able to present those amendments. If I could ask one question to the carrier of the bill, if there is one item in this bill that is so urgent that we have to pass this bill today, what would that be?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I believe, in my opinion, and this is from hearing from a number of opponents inside and outside this building, that the ballot images part was a very big concern. A lot of folks worried, may not understand that situation, and they wanted that removed. That was probably the number one. And if I may add, the number two would be the backup of the hard drives so that you could identify whether or not there was any suspicious malware or software. There are a number, actually, there are a number of parts of this bill. You know, as it came to us, it did need, as Senator from Shawnee indicated, an awful lot of work. And I do appreciate all the hard work of the committee and the numerous questions and the deep dive. And I know that at some point you had to say, we've gotten as far as we can get. But I think those are my number one and number two concerns. And then some of the other things, as the discussions went on, became apparent that it was important to address those as well. So I'm not, you know, there's a number of concerns, but those would be my top two.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Actually, those were two very important things, but those were things that were being changed by the bill. Both of those things were amendments to remove those things from the language of the bill as it was introduced. So that really highlights some of the problems in House Bill 2086 and the fact that we did not have sufficient time to thoroughly vet the bill on either the House side or the Senate side, because originally the bill was introduced to the House as a cleanup bill. I am satisfied that we have solved the ballot images portion of the bill. I'm satisfied that we have solved the backup of the hard drive of the equipment portion of the bill. What I'm not satisfied with is that we have not done our due diligence to thoroughly vet this bill, and it's the fear of what else is underlying in this bill that we are not aware of. There are two sections in particular that I would like to draw everyone's attention to. Section 6 of the bill, which states that your county clerk could be a qualified elector of the state, not of the county that they would be serving in, and your county clerk is your election officer in the majority of our counties. Section 7 would allow your county sheriff to be only a qualified elector upon the day that they are sworn in. Those are still two things that are of great concern to me. Like I said, I had amendments drafted, but was never given the opportunity to bring those amendments to the Senate floor because this bill was put into Senate Bill 221 in a conference committee. I still have lots of concerns with it, even though there may be a few good things in this bill. I most likely will be passing on this. Thank you.
Senator for Johnson, Senator Thompson, do you care to opine?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. It does get a little bit confusing and into the weeds. With regard to the current law, it says there is, believe it or not, there's no residency requirement for a county clerk or a county attorney. Now, there is a residency requirement for county sheriff. As it pertains to the county clerk, there was actually a small loophole in the law. In the case of a vacancy, that required a candidate to be a resident of the county in order to run. So the bill actually takes care of that loophole and makes it consistent with current law. So you don't have to be a resident unless the office becomes vacant, and then you do have to be a resident under, so they were trying to clear that situation up. And then in the case of a vacancy of a sheriff, it allows the candidate to be a non-resident. That is, it maintains the residency requirement as exists, but in the case of a vacancy in sheriff, allows the candidate to be a non-resident, but they still must move into the county before being sworn in. So again, some of these are technical fixes, and they're very confusing, and I can understand the senator's concern. And once again, we appreciated every question because there were a lot. And I felt like we did a good job and maybe didn't address everyone's concerns, but this is a big enough bill. I think we got a long way down the path.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Mr. Vice President, I'd like to call the question.
Seeing 10 hands. We see 10 hands. All those in favor of calling the questions, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We will hold for final action. Now, the chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, on Senate sub for House Bill 2138.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate substitute for House Bill 2138.
May proceed with the explanation.
Thank you. Senate substitute for House Bill 2138 actually has three components to it. It has the language for overnight accommodations, and this body voted on that language on March 29th. It also has language with regard to the process that community members can go through so that they can have due process when their local school board makes a decision to close a building, particularly egregious where it's the only educational building in that community. So it very clearly steps that through. The last component is the contents of Senate Bill 13, and this body did pass 39-0 Senate Bill 13 on February 23rd, and that has to do with ks and the inability for our local broadcasters, radio as well as video and audio streaming, to participate in regional as well as championship competitions for that broadcasting. We know that ks entered into a 5-year contract with an out-of-state entity. They have not lived up to the contract, and the unfortunate aspect of that is it excludes local broadcasters from participating during regional and state competitions. It also requires our local residents, so grandmas, aunts, uncles, community members, particularly in our rural areas, for them to be able to watch the live streaming, they have to pay a monthly fee. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the Senator from Miami? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The Conference Committee reports on House sub for Senate Bill 42, Senate Bill 2201, and Senate sub for House Bill 2138. The clerk will read the titles.
House substitute for Senate Bill number 42, an act making and concerning appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2023, June 30th, 2024, June 30th, 2025, June 30th, 2026, June 30th, 2027, and June 30th, 2028 for state agencies. Senate Bill number 221, an act concerning elections. Senate substitute for House Bill number 2138, an act concerning education.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chairman, I just offer a few comments on 221. I voted no. You know, the contents, a large part of that are 2086, which there were amendments still pending on that bill in committee. Heard that from members. The bill was passed out with a tie vote that was broken by the chair. It's been piecemealed together in conference committee, and it's a policy change that affects our elections. And I think it should have been vetted a lot better than it was. I think that the amendments should have been allowed to be offered, should have been worked a lot harder. There's things in it that haven't even been mentioned on this floor that I'm not going to go into, but as an independent candidate with the experience that I had, the current law and the timing of it, and this even has contents in it that changes some of that. So I can't vote for a bill like that. So I voted no, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You care to have your words spread on the table? No. Chair recognizes Senator from Phineas, Senator Dahl.
I'd like to explain my vote on 2138.
Please.
This bill entails much local control as far as small school closings and such, which I truly appreciate. But then we go the rest of the bill and it takes away local control on from school boards and such. So you weigh the two out, I had to vote no. Thank you. No, I don't want them across. I don't even know what I said.
The chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to change my vote on 221 from aye to pass.
Duly noted. Are there any other? Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We do have a member missing. Should we hold the roll?
He is indisposed and will not be back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Explanation of vote?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I vote no on Senate Bill 221. We heard from all three. The chairman, vice chairman, and ranking had concerns with certain parts of the bill. I understand we always don't pass perfect, but I would like to get at least good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to have your words spread across the journal? No. Are there any? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. An explanation of vote on 221.
Please.
I was very pleased that I heard from our county clerk in Douglas County that he had followed what was happening in this and is very comfortable and pleased with the work of the committee. I would also add that he's a county clerk that I would think other counties might want to hire away. So there are going to be two things you're always looking for your elections clerk. One, a knowledge of the community, and another, a knowledge of elections.
You care to have your words? Are there any other explanations of vote? Any change of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally the roll, close the roll, and tally the vote.
So I thought I might as well just say it.
"38 having voted in favor and 1 opposed, Senate Bill 42. 30 having voted in favor and 6 opposed to Senate Bill 221. 28 having voted in favor and 10 opposed to House Bill 2138. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1612 by Senators Masterson, Alley, and Sykes. A concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2023 regular session of the Legislature.
Chair recognizes Senator Butler, the Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so we know, so they just read in the adjournment resolution for our break. So when we finish tonight, we finish our business, and it breaks us through the posted calendar, which is, we're coming back pro forma on Monday, the 24th. But that is so the Budget Committee can process the budget, since we have only, we've shortened the break so we can get out the end of April. So the 24th and the 25th will be pro forma for the Budget Committee to work. We will actually be back here in full body on the 25th, but it's a little unusual. Wanted to make sure we explained that. And with that, I would yield to my majority leader from Cali. Hold on. Oh, did I say 25th? 26th. Pro forma 24, 25, back full body 26. I'll yield to the majority leader from Cali.
Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and SCR 1612 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to remind everyone that is on a conference committee, if you have not signed your conference report, please do so before breaking for dinner. And we are going to caucus. Republicans will caucus at 9 p.m. in room 548. And I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 9 p.m. in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until 9:30 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The Senate is recessed.